the furthest I cycled in real life was 125 miles. It was just a couple months after I started road cycling, and I did the Vermont 100. So that's the whole route that covers Vermont from one tip to the next. So it starts in Canada, the Vermont border of Canada, all the way down to the Massachusetts border. So that was 225 miles. But I broke it up into 2 days. So the first day I did 125 miles, and then I finished it the next day. So that was in real life. On my trainer, I did it a couple weeks ago. I did just over 200 miles on my trainer. So that is the furthest I have cycled so far. how confident am I with doing repairs on the fly? Well, I can say that these are all the repairs that I have to do on my bike, so you'll have to stay tuned. So I have to put on a new front derailleur, a rear cassette, some new front crank sets, and then of course my new chain. I haven't done much repair on a road bike before, but I have done, my tires. I know how to do that. I know how to check the pressure, that kind of stuff. If I get a flat, I can easily repair that stuff. Now, to do any more technical things is gonna be a learning curve for me. So I'm excited to learn how to do all of this and learn how to, maintain my bike. This is something that I'm gonna have to do on TABR, the Trans-American Bike Race. It's a self-supported ride. So if anything should happen, I have to do the repairs. So hence why I'm learning how to do this stuff. So I do have a friend that was a bike mechanic and is going to teach me how to do all of this stuff. So stay tuned for those videos. It's going to be a learning curve for me, and it'll probably be very entertaining for you guys. Coping with the pandemic has been quite easy, actually. I have RGT to thank for that. I decided back in, I want to say August, I was going to do the Trans-American Bike Race. And that's when I knew I had to get an indoor trainer. And so thankful that I was able to do that. In the midst of all the pandemic, everything's hard to get. Everything was hard to get. Anything that had to do with exercise was hard to get here in the United States. So I was very grateful and thankful that I was able to get a trainer. So to say that the pandemic was hard for me would be, I just can't say that. I almost feel guilty that I don't feel as affected from the pandemic as most people. I've been working from home now for 2.5 years, so that didn't disrupt my normal routine. The only thing that got disrupted was the cycling, going outside, and didn't have to do that this year because it's so much easier to just jump on my trainer. My desk is on one side of this room and my trainer's on the other. So this is where I spend my day. In between my clients, I jump on to my trainer. So having to say that, the pandemic was a bad thing, actually it wasn't for me. It really didn't feel any different. So I can't say that it's been a stressful time for me. I can say that it has brought me a lot of amazing friends. The RGT community has been amazing. I have to say that I never have been a social biker. The biking around here that I did at home was all by myself. It never was with a club. Other than when I went and did some mountain biking, I'd have a couple friends I would go with occasionally. But for the most part, I would do the road by myself. Not too many people wanted to do the distances that I was doing or the elevation that I was doing. So I was pretty much on my own for the road cycling. So RGT has been a heaven sent for me and something that I really, really took to over the winter months. And it has made me such a stronger cyclist as well. So I'm so thankful that I had RGT to help cope with the pandemic.
I did my first Ironman in 2015, and I had a rough day for sure. So in 2016, I started researching coaches, and I found Peak Triathlon Coaching, and I spent some time talking to Colin. We kind of aligned on my goals, and I basically told him, I want to get to Kona. That was my thing, and that's kind of a big kind of a mouthful to give to a coach right off the bat and said, I've completed an Ironman. I walked the last 7 miles of the Ironman, but I think if I'm coached, I can do a lot better. So I signed on with Colin, and it's an interesting one where you become a good soldier. So you basically just follow the protocol and do what he says and do the nutrition plan. I even have in front of me here, I have my little race plan that I use from Peak, and I read it like many times going into a race. And once I execute on that, that's really the biggest thing for me has been being able to follow a plan, stick to a plan, make a plan, stick to a plan, and follow that plan and execute well in a race, especially to run off the bike in a long course triathlon. So I have yet to have a bad race because of bad nutrition since I signed out on Colin, and we keep working together, and we enjoy spending time together, racing together, training together. So it's been a great experience past 5 years now.
Next to approximately 15 great white shark. They're advising that you exit the water in a calm manner. The sharks are as close as the surf line. Thank you for your cooperation.
You can bet that I'm planning more races. As far as road races go, I would really love to be able to do the Trans-American Bike Race in real life next year. So that is my goal, is to do that eventually in real life. As far as races right after I do it on RGT, I will be doing the TNGA, which is 350 miles of single track over the Appalachian Mountains. That is a self-supported race as well, and it's all through navigation, so that will be interesting. So that is what I have so far this year.
Well, gentlemen, perhaps we wouldn't be where we are today if we hadn't said to ourselves, just go, 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 go for it.
So I'm here with Claire Simon, who's taking part, sorry, not taking part, but assisting with the TABR for Kate, and we're going to have a little chat. So Claire, nice to meet you.
And to you.
Can I ask, what was it that first got you into cycling?
Well, it was kind of accidental, really, because my husband got into cycling. He got a road bike, so I thought I'd better get one. And then we went out riding together, and it went from there. But certainly to start with, I was really nervous about riding alongside him, unless he was about 6 feet apart from me. But that was how it started. And then I got into time trialing. There's a club near to where we live, and I became quite good at it, and then went from there, really.
Ah, sounds great. And how long have you been cycling?
That was in 2009. I was still working then, so every sort of 3 minutes I was jumping on a bike and training, and I've progressed since then.
Cool. And have you had any, what's your proudest moment or your biggest achievement?
Well, I used to race with my husband, and then he couldn't race anymore. So that kind of, I was kind of in his shadow a little bit, and that gave me confidence to ride with him. But then when he stopped riding, I thought, oh, well, I'm kind of on my own 2 feet now, and made my own way. And I started racing with British Masters Cycling. That I've been a member of for quite a long time. And I learned to race at Milton Keynes Bowl, going around the crit, getting dropped and then jumping back on, and that was how I learned to race. And that's been brilliant for me. So I've then gone on to win lots of women's races at the Bowl. I train hard and worked hard, and the confidence that gave me was massive, and really, as a woman, I kind of suffered from lack of confidence, and that really did it good. And then I did some road racing as well with BMCR, and I think there's a couple of proud moments. One was accidentally winning a road race where everyone else in my age group kind of fell by the wayside. It was a wet, windy, muddy, horrible day, and I just kept going, and I ended up with the faster group, and realized at the end that I'd won. So unexpectedly winning a road race was just amazing. And then another highlight was time trialing. I won the national time trial series for veterans in 2014. That was one of beautiful Rose Bowl, and I only found out on Twitter. Somebody said, "Oh, you've won." I thought, well, I couldn't possibly, but I'd done all the events, and it was just amazing to win that. So the unexpected wins, I think, are the best ones. They're the least stressful, as opposed to working hard and thinking, "Oh, if I don't win this, then it's the end of the world."
It does sound fantastic. To have won anything sounds great, but you sound like you've done quite a bit there. So how did you meet Kate?
Well, it was on RGT. I joined RGT on the 1st of January this year, and it became apparent that she was very active, particularly with running the ladies racing, the rides, and she was also active in racing. And so I found that really encouraging. She was a very encouraging person on the ladies' rides, did a couple of rides with her. And then she wanted to advertise her rides, so I linked up with the BMCR ladies group, so made that link. And then just kind of got to know her through that, really, and just find her very inspirational and encouraging. And again, I think it's different being a woman, because we often, not all women, but a lot of women lack confidence. And she gave me that confidence to get involved more in RGT and the racing, and actually the team, the time trial team. So that's, she's been really inspirational in helping me develop through RGT.
That's fantastic. And moving forward with the TABR event starting very soon, what is it that you're doing to help with the TABR, and what have you been doing to help?
Well, I run a few groups, communication groups in our village, and I run a few Facebook groups. So I offered to help with her posting on Facebook and Instagram and the website and so on. So I'll be doing that every day for the TABR, starting on the 6th of June for 17 days. And the good thing about that is, because we're 5 hours ahead in the UK, I can get a lot of stuff done before she starts riding. So it'll be in that cycle of posting, letting people know how her day went, letting people know what's happening the next day, lining up there's going to be a lot of speakers and the sponsors. So making sure all of the communications for that is slick and runs in the way that she wants it to run.
Yeah. And will you be posting up the ride links and the codes anywhere?
Yeah, they'll all be posted on Facebook. That's the TABR Facebook page specifically for that, and that can be accessed from Instagram and also from her website.
That sounds fantastic. Sounds like there's a lot going on behind the scenes. Sounds like you've been very instrumental in doing a lot of this, Claire. Well,
I haven't got to ride across America, but I can be part of it, which is my idea of fun, really. She's just an amazing, incredible, insane woman for taking this on, and I have no doubt she will achieve it in the way that she wants to do it. And it's just great to just be a small part of that, and to take some of the admin work away from her, so she can just concentrate on riding and recovering and achieving that fabulous goal.
That sounds fantastic. Well, we're all looking forward to watching her do it, and we've all got faith that she'll achieve it in the time that she wants to. So nice to meet you, Claire, and
thank you.
Catch up on Facebook. See you soon.
Great. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
My cycling adventures started about 4 years ago. It started with mountain biking. My husband had bought me a fat bike because I was constantly injured from running. My hamstring just wouldn't heal. I dealt with my hamstring for about 1.5 years. And he said maybe I should start biking. What I heard was you can't run anymore. I was stubborn and said I wouldn't like it and that he shouldn't buy it for me, but he did anyway, and I'm glad that he did. Absolutely loved it. My first ride on my fat bike, I had a grin from ear to ear, and it was just amazing. Ever since then, I've been on the bike. Absolutely love it. I can't say that I've ran, maybe a couple times since then, not very many. It's not my favorite anymore. And since I've been biking, other than crashing, I haven't had any injuries. So I love my fat bike. I upgraded last year to a Santa Cruz mountain bike, full suspension, loved it. And I decided, since I was getting faster and faster, I got to this point where I just couldn't get that much faster. So I decided I would pick up road cycling to help with that. It's definitely about finding that mental toughness that I have, finding that limit, knowing where that is. I haven't found that yet, as well as my physical limit. I'm so motivated to see where that limit is. Our bodies are fascinating and what it can do. And I'm all about trying to figure out what those limits are. I can't just pick one. And this sounds silly, but it wouldn't be anybody famous. It would be, you know, my RGT family. All of them are all over the world. And if I could ride with anybody in person, it would be them. They have helped me to grow, go past my limits, to make me stronger. They have made me believe in myself. They're helping me make this possible, this tour possible. So I can't pick a famous person, and I can't pick just one. I would pick my RGT family, and all of you know who you are. So thank you guys. I currently ride a Cannondale Super X, so it's a hybrid bike gravel. It's a 2013. I bought it secondhand. There were 2 prior owners. I purchased it because I wasn't sure I was going to like road cycling. So obviously here I am. I've become addicted. So yeah, so looking to get an updated bike. There's no disc brakes on this bike. The shifting is SRAM and haven't been a fan of it. So definitely on the lookout for a new bike for sure.
Hey, are you looking for a great protein snack on the go that's not going to leave you that instant feeling of regret? Try Paleo Valley beef sticks. Paleo Valley beef sticks are farm raised, made with 100% grass-fed, grass-finished beef. Loaded with all the daily vitamins and nutrients your body needs to shine. Here at Paleo Valley, we prioritize health over profit, have a serious passion for environmental restoration, and animal welfare. Hey, buddy. Consider a higher quality protein snack you'll actually feel good about. Damn, that's good. Paleo Valley, because quality matters.
Hi everyone, and welcome to this special edition of Virtual Cycling News, where I'm joined by our special guest, Kate Ouellette-Kretzinger, who's going to be undertaking a very special challenge coming up starting this weekend on the RGT Cycling platform. How are you doing, Kate?
I'm doing well, Mike. How are you?
Yeah, very good, thanks. Well, I think you have got a bit more of a challenge coming up in the next couple of weeks than I have, so why don't you tell us a little bit more about this great event that you're undertaking?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for having me here to talk about this. So I'm going to be doing the Trans-American Bike Race, which they call TABR for short. And it's basically across the United States. We start on the west side and work our way to the east. And due to the pandemic and everything going on and all the uncertainties, I'm actually doing it on RGT. So that'll be 4,200 miles, which is about, almost 7,000 kilometers. And it's about 183,000 feet, which is about 56,000 meters. So a lot of elevation as well as miles.
Certainly some big numbers.
Yes. We joke that.
Sunday?
Yes, that's this Sunday. So that'll be June 6th, correct. Mm-hmm.
And you're planning on doing this, is it 17 days? Is that right? That just sounds mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I think that my mind hasn't wrapped itself around that either. So I think if it did, I probably wouldn't do it. But yes, 17 days is what we're hoping for. The current woman record right now is 18 days and 10 minutes. So my goal is to do it in 17.
So this is obviously a huge challenge. I'm assuming you haven't just decided that this is going to be your first time on a trainer and you're going to give it a go. So how about a little bit of background? Have you always been a keen cyclist? Have you done much indoor cycling? How have you got started on RGT?
Yeah, so no, I have not always been into cycling. Just this past year, I picked up road cycling. Prior to that, I did do some mountain biking and all single track through the woods. That's my passion. I love doing that. I started off as a runner and I was always injured. So I ended up getting a bike, and I wasn't happy about getting the bike, but I got it and I absolutely loved it the first time I got on it. So I decided that I wanted to try road cycling just to see if I would like it, just because of the winter. It's really rough here. And so last year I bought a road cycle and loved it, and then decided to do this big adventure that I'm doing, starting on Sunday. And to do that, I needed to train through the winter as well. So I bought a trainer, and then I found RGT. The reason why I picked RGT was because we were able to upload the actual GPX files and ride the actual rides. And then my whole idea was to do that all winter long. When I found out that you had to do some cutting of the roads for the GPX files, I was like, well, I guess I won't be doing that. I'll just ride the roads that RGT has and all the magic roads that people put up. I'll just do that instead and get my mileage that way. So that's kind of how I found RGT.
And you're based up in New Hampshire, is that right?
Correct. Yes, up in the mountains.
Okay, so it does get quite cold there.
Yes, it does. We get a lot of snow.
Well, it sounds like with this great challenge, you're going to need some great support from your family as well. And what do they all make about this?
Well, they're very supportive in the fact that they would never tell me not to do something. They really think I'm crazy. They don't understand why I'm doing it, but they're very supportive in what I need emotionally, and obviously give me the space that I need to do the training for it as well. I've always taken things to the extreme. This is definitely extreme.
So we said it's going to be 17 days. I'm sure you've got a routine in mind for every day. How does that look like? Is your family involved with that as well? Or was it all just sort of self-supported and on your own?
Yeah, it's all self-supported. The actual TABR ride is self-supported. So there's two routes that you can do across America. One is called RAM and the other is TABR. So RAM is the Race Across America, and that is where you can have support bands. You've got a whole crew that can support you. the TNG, excuse me, the TABR is just yourself and self-supported. So that to me is very appealing. So I wanted to be able to do it that way. Well, since I'm going to be home, I'm going to do the same exact thing. I want it to be just self-supported. I don't want any help from anyone. And so there's a lot of prep this week to get ready for that. So cooking all my food, getting my, area set up so that everything is just so very quick and self-sufficient. So every minute's going to count. And so I have my room set up, where I can just easily reach things and not have to reach too far. I don't have to get off my bike too often. So yeah, and obviously the laundry's got to happen too. So I'm set up right next to the laundry room. So everything is just so close together. I've even this week practiced sleeping on the floor instead of in my bed so that I'm still in the same room. So that was quite a challenge there too. But yeah, I think, just keeping to the plan. My team that I have has been very supportive, and also checking, my pace and the distances, and making sure that I'm done on time. So there's no stress for me to finish the road on time, because we have a 4-hour limit. And so they've helped all that out. We worked in 15-minute breaks here and there, an hour break for lunch, just to kind of take a snooze if I need to, jump into some compression boots, do some, massaging of the shoulders if I need it, and then, continue riding. So it'll be about 16 and a half hours a day is what I'll be doing on the bike.
Yes, so that's 240 miles a day. That's your target, isn't it, over those 16 and a half
yeah.
hours?
Yeah, and some days will be more, some days will be less. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's the average.
Average it out over those 17 days. And so all your food prep's done, and you really cutting down the amount of time you have to spend each day faffing around, as we would say here.
Yes, exactly. Absolutely.
And it sounds like you've had really good support from the community as well. RGT is known, of course, for having great community spirit, and I'm sure there's a huge range of people you'd like to thank and who have been involved. And I'm sure over the broadcast, etc., you'll be thanking them all. But is there a couple that you just want to sort of highlight today, or is it a bit mean to try and just pick out 2 or 3?
Well, it is kind of mean to pick out 2 or 3, but there's 2 that really stick out the most, and I really love my team. I'm part of a team called Team Lou. They have been such a huge support, and since I've joined RGT as well, they've had more confidence in me most of the time than I did in myself. They've made me a stronger, rider, a faster rider. They've pushed me past my limits. They've seen frustration. I mean, they're just amazing. They've seen my frustration, I should say. So they've been really good. So I have to say thank you to them. And then obviously my ladies' rides that I host on the weekends, those ladies show up every weekend. We push each other. We, just kind of, some of us just need relaxing rides, and they did that too. Sometimes I just needed the distance, and they were there to keep me company. So those are the 2 that I would have to say, and they're just, the whole community is amazing. So I just have to say thank you to the whole community. Yeah.
That's great stuff. And
yeah.
How can the community support you during this event?
Yeah, so there's a couple ways that people can. Obviously, riding with me would be very helpful. I would love to have that. Having somebody on the road will be amazing. There's no drafting, because we can't draft in real life, but just knowing someone's on the road that I can focus on to try and catch up with is really helpful to keep me on pace. So riding with me, you can find those rides in the RGT app. If you just search TABR, and that's TABR, you could do that way. Follow me on my Facebook page. My event page is K and the letter 8 does TABR on RGT. And the links will be posted every day. So that's another way. And then also we have a fundraiser going on. So if you can't ride with me and you don't have a Facebook page, which a lot of people don't these days, which is kind of surprising, you can actually support the foundation that we have, which is myositis, and for the UK. And that is just it's a rare disease that affects muscles. And so we're raising money for that as well, for awareness on that.
Yeah, that sounds like a fantastic cause, and we're going to put the links underneath the video to your Facebook page and to the fundraising page as well, so it's easy for people to find.
Thank you.
So finally, just good luck with everything. And maybe it's too early to say, but have you got any plans for after this? And how about riding the real thing? Is that in the works?
Oh, yes. So if my family still wants to be with me after this, I would love to do it in real life next year. But yes, definitely this in real life. I was kind of disappointed I wouldn't be able to see all the, the beautiful sights and just experience being outdoors. But I hope to do that next year. And then I have a lot of single track races that I want to do that are considered adventure rides instead of races, because they're pretty extreme, where you need a GPS to get through those rides. So I have a couple of those planned as well. So yeah, lots of more adventures to come, big ones for sure.
Oh, brilliant. Well, good luck with the ride. I'm going to try and make sure that I can join you on a few of the days. I'll have plenty of opportunity, as you will be out there for so long.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mike. It'd be great to see you out there.
And just a shout out to the community as well, just to get involved and click those links below, follow the live streams, get out and ride as well, and give Kate all the support that you can manage.
Awesome. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you, Kate, and good luck, and we'll see you out on the road.
Great, thank you.
Masterpiece? Why, yes, it is a masterpiece.
I have many dream bikes. If I were to pick just a few, I love the Specialized Tarmac. That's one I would love. Scott Addict RC is another. And then maybe the Trek Endomonda would be the other one. Edmonda, excuse me. Those three would be my top picks. But I think anything above my 2013 Cannondale that I have would be a huge step up and I would be happy with. So those three would be my first pick, but honestly, I'm not that picky.
Grass-fed beef organs by Ancestral Supplements. New Zealand sourced nose-to-tail organ meats, liver, and bone marrow in simple, convenient gelatin capsules. Beef organs and bone marrow are the most effective foods to support energy, digestion, and fundamental health. It's incredibly insightful to see how animals in the wild instinctively go for the organs and the bone marrow first, leaving the muscle meats for the birds. Beef organs provide concentrated amounts of vitamin A, choline, folate, B12, copper, heme iron, coenzyme Q10, and digestive enzymes that are now absent from the modern diet. Still not sure where to start or what's best for your situation? You're not alone. Just reach out to us and see what we can do for you.
Funniest memory. So 2 years ago, I entered a triathlon as a team. So it was David, my significant other, and a friend of his. So none of us had ever done a triathlon. Our swimmer had never swam in open water. So we were not expecting much. So our swimmer got out of the water second, and the swimmer had to tag me. So I jumped on my mountain bike, and it was my husband's mountain bike, not mine. So it was a little big, and it was old. So I took off, and I could see as I came around this corner, the first place person in front of me. I wanted so badly to catch him, and it was uphill. So I did the rookie mistake of shifting on the hill, and the chain fell off. Now, I had never ridden his bike. I had never used clipless before. So I was clipped in. You can only imagine what happened. So we were on these back roads. They were all dirt. And the chain fell off. I fell over. I couldn't unclip fast enough. I'm in the ditch with my feet stuck in the pedals sideways. And a car drives by and asks if I need help. And I was just sitting there laughing. I couldn't even answer. I was laughing so hard. But I told him, thank you, no. And I had to take my shoes off to get them out of the clips because I couldn't get leverage to unclip. So I was still able to get back on the bike. I had like, I want to say 3 people pass me. I was able to pass a couple back. So we finished second overall, despite my falling over and despite me going the wrong direction at one point in the race after I'd fallen off. So that was a funny memory, something that always sticks out when people ask me about, you know, a funny moment of cycling. That was actually funny. I was laughing so hard I had tears, like I couldn't get off my bike. My feet were just locked in, and not having any experience with clipless was just foolish. I didn't get to even practice with them. So yeah, that was a great experience and a funny moment for sure.
Hey, are you looking for a great protein snack on the go that's not going to leave you that instant feeling of regret? Try Paleo Valley beef sticks. Paleo Valley beef sticks are farm-raised, made with 100% grass-fed, grass-finished beef. Loaded with all the daily vitamins and nutrients your body needs to shine. Here at Paleo Valley, we prioritize health over profit, have a serious passion for environmental restoration, and animal welfare. Hey, buddy. Consider a higher quality protein snack you'll actually feel good about. Damn, that's good. Paleo Valley, because quality matters.
I'm Claire Simon, and I'm joined this afternoon all the way from sunny Manchester by Riley Harvey. Good afternoon, Riley.
Hi, Claire.
Riley, you're going to be contributing to Kate riding across America. But before we get on to that, tell us a little bit about how you got into cycling.
So I've been cycling all my life. They started as a kid, as most people do, and commuted everywhere until about 23 when I learned to drive. And then the bike got put in the shed for a bit and I took a bit of a sabbatical. And then as I got a bit older and I stopped getting taller and started getting wider, and dragged the bike back out again and started doing some more serious riding to stay a bit thinner and fitter and healthier.
Great. And you said a little bit more serious. So what's your proudest moment from your cycling?
Well, I've not done anything immense. The biggest thing for me was probably I did a cycle ride from Manchester to York for charity for in the memorial of one of my friends who died. He was a keen cyclist, so we do a little ride every year to remember him. Rather than doing something morbid, we do something a bit active and interesting. So that we did that a few years ago, 5 years ago. That's probably one of my longest serious rides. We did that at a good pace. And
that's a great way to honour somebody's memory.
Yeah, it's much better than a lot of other things you could be doing. So
yeah. And going on to the TABR then, how did you meet Kate?
I'm quite active on the Facebook forum for RGT, and when I was in the middle of a lockdown, spent quite a lot of time actually on the platform. So Kate popped up and made herself very noticed very quickly. She likes to chat and she likes to post quite a lot. So we got to know each other over Facebook and met up on rides and RGT as well.
Oh, great. And how did that develop then into you undertaking a role for TABR, and what will you be doing?
So Kate was intending to do TABR this year in real life, but for a few different reasons, she's decided that she's going to do it virtually. So she approached me through Facebook to see if I could help her out with a few of the technical details and to try and make sure that it ran smoothly for her. So I've been helping her make sure that she was set up. Everything that she can do for the setup on a computer side was done as the best way it could be done, and I put her in touch with some of the staff at RGT to help her get everything set up and running smoothly.
That sounds like a massive undertaking, because if she's doing it virtually, then all the technical side of things is going to be critical. So will you be providing that technical support throughout the ride?
We are hoping that we've got everything set up well enough that it'll run smoothly, but I will be there for a lot of the time, just on the sidelines, making sure that we're all going smoothly. If there's amendments need to be made to the routes, I'll be doing that on the fly as we go through, but hopefully everything will be running quite smoothly and straightforward.
Well, she's very, very fortunate to have you to be able to provide that reassurance and to hopefully keep the show on the road. So thank you, Riley. No pressure for the TABR on the technical side of things, but it sounds like you've got it all under control. Thank you.
Thanks, Claire. See you on the road.
Riley Harvey, you will always be my hero. If I were to pick someone, would have to be Yolanda Neff. She's a pro cross-country biker. I love her story and I love the background in her, but last year she had an accident and actually was almost fatal. She had injured her spleen, but she's back. She's back to racing and she's right up there again. So Yolanda Neff definitely is one of my heroes. Outside of the cycling world, I'd have to say it's Michael Jordan. MJ is just phenomenal. He pushed himself, he pushed his teammates, he had faith in his teammates when they didn't. He was a true leader. He helped them get better as a team. And I've always admired him ever since I was younger. I do have to say, since he stopped playing basketball, I've never watched it after that. He was the main reason. So yeah, MJ would be my non-cyclist hero. Longest race I've ever done was the Tour de Monde virtually on RGT. I haven't done any other races, road races, period. I'm new to this, so new to cycling, road cycling. So I haven't done any other races other than virtual ones. And the longest ones were the TDM. honestly, there's always room for more. I feel like it's a pair of shoes. You need one for each sport that you do, especially for road, right? One for your trainer, one for outside, makes it much nicer. So yeah, there's always room for more. As it stands, I already have a fat bike that I use in the winter with studded tires. I also have a Santa Cruz full-on suspension carbon frame that I use for my single track riding that I do. So why not have more road bikes? I'm a big believer in it's not a one size fits all. You should have multiple and one for each occasion. So yeah, definitely room for more. Do I do any other sports? Yeah, for sure. I am an adrenaline junkie. I love always moving. So definitely surfing. I love to surf. I love to ski. Although I haven't done that in the past 8 years. I love to ice climb. I love to rock climb. I'm trying to think of all the other ones. And I used to play soccer up until about a couple years ago. And so yeah, that was, I think anything that has to do with moving is definitely my cup of tea. I don't like to sit still. I don't sit still for very long, and I don't do it well.
Grass-fed liver and bone marrow by Ancestral Supplements. New Zealand source nose-to-tail organ meats, liver and bone marrow. In simple, convenient gelatin capsules. Beef liver and bone marrow are the most effective foods to support health and wellness. It's incredibly insightful to see how animals in the wild instinctively go for the liver and the bone marrow first, leaving the muscle meats for the birds. Liver and bone marrow provide concentrated amounts of vitamin A, choline, folate, B12, copper, heme iron, and fat-soluble activators that are now absent from the modern diet. Still not sure where to start and what's best for your situation? You're not alone. Just reach out to us and see what we can do for you.
Oh, hey. Are you looking for a great protein snack on the go that's not going to leave you that instant feeling of regret? Try Paleo Valley beef sticks. Paleo Valley beef sticks are farm-raised, made with 100% grass-fed, grass-finished beef. Loaded with all the daily vitamins and nutrients your body needs to shine. Here at Paleo Valley, we prioritize health over profit, have a serious passion for environmental restoration, and animal welfare. Hey, buddy. Consider a higher quality protein snack you'll actually feel good about. Damn, that's good. Paleo Valley, because quality matters.
A masterpiece? Why, yes, it is a masterpiece.
Grass-fed beef organs by Ancestral Supplements. New Zealand sourced nose-to-tail organ meats, liver, and bone marrow in simple, convenient gelatin capsules. Beef organs and bone marrow are the most effective foods to support energy, digestion, and fundamental health. It's incredibly insightful to see how animals in the wild instinctively go for the organs and the bone marrow first, leaving the muscle meats for the birds. Beef organs provide concentrated amounts of vitamin A, choline, folate, B12, copper, heme iron, coenzyme Q10, and digestive enzymes that are now absent from the modern diet. Still not sure where to start or what's best for your situation? You're not alone. Just reach out to us and see what we can do for you.
let's share with the listeners what you do and what is it that NutriSense does as well. So let's talk a little bit about you first, and then we'll talk about NutriSense.
Yeah. So I am a registered dietitian, and, my career started in the hospital systems. So I was mostly working in the ICUs with critical care patients. And that was a very eye-opening and frustrating experience for me. So you're seeing a lot of people come in critical condition, not because of, a car accident or trauma, but usually because of chronic lifestyle related conditions that got out of control. So, I was seeing people who are needing amputations from uncontrolled diabetes, or needed, dialysis from fluid overload, all of these things day in and day out that I felt like I could impact, but I couldn't because of the way the system was built. It's just really hard to make an impact when you're catching somebody 40, 50 years after a first injury happened. So that's where I started, and kind of where my passion lies, is trying to address these problems earlier. And that's why eventually I teamed up with our other co-founders at NutriSense to start what we're doing here, which is really a metabolic health, preventative health company. So we're trying to address those root causes of all those chronic conditions, all those suffering I was seeing, and address that early on and in a way that is actually meaningful and makes sense. So how we're doing that is we're using continuous glucose monitors, which basically tells your glucose 24/7. Sure, we'll dive into the nuances of that much more. But these devices typically were used in type 2 diabetics who were on insulin therapy. You need a medical prescription for this, and most physicians are not going to write a prescription unless you're that type 2 diabetic or type 1 on insulin therapy. So we are trying to flip that switch and make these devices and this data available to everyone, particularly the people who, maybe they're lifestyle controlled diabetics or non-diabetics, athletes, people with prediabetes, people who are just looking to optimize. So we're giving this data to the non-diabetics in hopes of, preventing those and optimizing people to be their best version of themselves. So my role at NutriSense, I'm the director of nutrition, and part of the package that you get with the CGM at NutriSense is a dietitian coach. So we have this one-on-one interaction that happens through our app, and we really include that because we realized very quickly that the data can become overwhelming. Glucose is not just I ate a carbohydrate, my glucose increases.
Right.
It's very nuanced. There's tons of things to take into consideration, and we didn't want all of those factors to get missed by the customer, or for them to not really understand what's going on or not take as much advantage of the data as they can. So we include this complimentary dietitian help guide you through the data, help you to figure out what's going on, suggest changes for optimization. And I really lead and oversee that whole process. So trying to build up the best dietitians we can have and make sure we have the best support and service to customers. So that's where I kind of live in the role of NutriSense, and I love it.
Yeah, and I love it too, because I had a continuous glucose monitor, or CGM as we call them, and it was for 14 days. And it was, for me, you were my coach, which I absolutely loved that I ended up getting you, because I at first heard you on Dr. Paul Saladino's podcast talking about it. And I thought that was kind of interesting to understand how your body kind of reacted to certain things. And I have gone carnivore, and it's been 400 and some odd days now. I'm in belief, as like you are, which I've heard you say, that we shouldn't be in ketosis for long periods of time. We shouldn't be low carb, extreme low carb for long periods of time. I believe in that too. For certain people. For me, I'm still healing. I'm getting there. So that's going to be my next step, is to see. And I think these continuous glucose monitors are so helpful with that. Just the way your body reacts to certain things, to exercise, to stressors, not just the food that you eat. So I think that that's awesome to have that data available to you 24/7 from the time that you have it on. Well, it takes 24 hours for it to calibrate, correct?
Yeah, the first day it's kind of self-calibrating, and sometimes for people that data looks totally normal, but everyone, like maybe half the time the calibrating data is like a little lower than normal. So if people see really low values on their first night, it's totally normal. The sensor is just figuring itself out. So sometimes that first day is a little of a wash.
Yes, absolutely. And so we're going to dive into a lot of this stuff too, but I just want to say the app that you guys have when you're wearing the glucose monitor is pretty cool. You can scan it anytime. If you do an exercise, you wake up, you eat something, you scan the glucose with your phone, and it just gives you that real-time data. You enter in the information, and then there's someone like you on the other end that is just looking at that stuff. Or if we have a question, we write it into a message to whoever our coach is, you guys reply back, which I think is amazing. One thing that I loved about your app that you had too is all the information that's in there, the educational information that you guys offer. And it looks like a lot of the nutritionists there write these articles. Is that correct? Is that what you guys do?
Yeah, that's correct. So there is, you know, a library of educational resources inside the app. And then there's also that live person to help you, you know, personalize that and apply that to whatever's going on in your situation.
And I think that's great because I think glucose, there's a lot of misconceptions about it too and how it works. And that's why I really wanted you to come on too. And we can really dive into this as well. You know, like, so if you can help us understand what those traditional glucose values are, if we can start there so people can get a better understanding.
Yes. So traditionally, if you're monitoring glucose at all, it might be at your annual physical with your physician, and you're most likely going to get two different lab markers. The first being your fasting glucose. This just comes on, you know, your regular blood test panel. And this is helpful because it does tell us what's happening to your body in a fasted state. So we do want to look at this. One thing I will say is that in traditional medicine, they say anything that's below 100 is considered normal. Above 100 would be, you know, pre-diabetes. Above 127 would be diabetes. But there is quite a bit of research that we actually want it below 90, so in that range of 70 to 90. When we start seeing fasted glucose values in the 90s and above, that starts to increase your risk for any insulin resistance related conditions like cardiovascular disease, diabetes, dementia, all of those chronic conditions. Those risks start to increase at those 90s. So we're really looking for 70 to 90 as optimal.
Perfect.
But again, that's just telling you what's happening in a fasted state, right?
Right.
We're not fasted all of the time. We're actually fed a lot of the time, and we want to know what's happening there too.
Right.
So that completely misses that, unfortunately. The other primary metric you might get from your physician is a hemoglobin A1C. So this is essentially measuring how much glucose do you have stuck to your red blood cell. So how much glucose is glycated on that red blood cell. And your red blood cells live for an average of 90 days. So essentially what that means, this test is saying, this is your average glucose for the last 3 months. And again, inherently an average misses a few things. So let's say your glucose is shooting up to 200 and then dropping down to 60 all day. That average, you know, might look completely normal, but you're having these huge swings in your glucose, which is detrimental. So an average might miss some of that inherently. And then an A1C test actually does not have great sensitivity for very specifically predicting your average glucose values because it's making this assumption that your red blood cell lives for 90 days, which it turns out is not true for everybody. So particularly like people who are following a ketogenic or very low carbohydrate diet, this will alter your red blood cell life. Somebody who has anemia, which is extremely common, your red blood cell life will be altered. Smoking, weight loss, or not weight loss, blood loss, all affect your red blood cell life. And so you might, you know, it might say your A1C is 6%, but in reality, if we measured your average glucose, it would equal out to 5.5. So it'll be nuances like that it might miss. If your A1C comes back as 12%, it's most likely a signal that something's wrong. But in general, I don't like to use the test for somebody, you know, very specific on that bubble. That's CGM data. So
what are the typical? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interject there. That hemoglobin A1C, what are the ranges that we're looking for in those? Because that's one thing that we didn't mention.
Yeah.
Yeah. So above 5.7% would be considered prediabetes, and then above 6.4 would be considered diabetes. But again, if you're, on the bubble there, I would say look at other lab markers, obtain a CGM if you can, and see if there might be some issue with actually sensitivity of the test, because about 50% of the time it might be off. So,
right.
Flip of a coin, it might not be predicting very accurately for you.
Awesome.
So those are the two traditional lab markers you might get from a physician's office. If they are measuring something like an oral glucose tolerance test, that would be awesome, but it's very uncommon. So essentially this test, you're drinking 75 grams of pure glucose, and they're measuring your glucose levels, at baseline, 30 minutes after the drink, an hour after, 2 hours after. And we're trying to get an idea of how is your glucose responding to a bunch of glucose in your system.
Right.
That's helpful, and pregnant women take that in the middle of their pregnancy. But other than that, it's not routinely done because it requires, you to come in, drink this drink, and then sit there for 2 hours while somebody measures your glucose. It's just not going to happen in most instances. So that's pretty uncommon.
Right.
And the other way that people might be checking their glucose is if they buy a glucometer over the counter, or, you can get it on Amazon. So this is essentially the glucose meter at home, and you're pricking your finger, and you can take your glucose at any time of day. So this is very helpful. They're very cheap. If people don't have one, have never measured their glucose before, there's no harm in getting a glucometer and trying it, but it does miss some of the major trends. The example I always tell people is that I started when I was exploring glucose for the first time. I started with the glucometer. I was pricking my finger at random intervals, and I was testing different fruit, and I was testing like an hour after eating to see how I responded. And I tried pineapple, and because that's a high glycemic index fruit, so I was expecting a large glucose spike. And before the pineapple, my glucose was 80, and then an hour after it was like 85. So I was like, wow, I respond really well to pineapple. And then when I tried it with a CGM, what's happening is I'm having a huge spike, but it's coming back down really quickly.
Correct.
So that was completely missed on the glucometer, because unless you're getting completely lucky with when you're checking it, you can miss a spike, because insulin sensitive people, we tend to have a glucose spike and then return back down to normal fairly quickly. So if you're trying to understand how you respond to different foods and what your optimal different types of carbohydrates and protein, fats are, you're not going to really be able to realistically test that with a glucometer, but you can randomly check what's happening when I'm fasted or at different times of day. So it's still useful, but it misses a lot of these metrics, unfortunately. And the only thing really to be able to see those trends is the continuous glucose monitor.
Say, yeah. And the one thing that is cool too with those, where I saw value in that is we do want to know what those postprandial numbers are, meaning after we eat. And usually it's about 1 to 2 hours. And that's usually where, if you were, insulin sensitive or glucose, what's the word I'm looking for? If you were, I don't even want to call it pre-diabetes, but if you had some kind of sensitivity going on, your number still would be high after 2 hours. So the fact that they came back down, I think that that's a good test for those that can't or don't want to go any further than that. But I think these continuous glucose monitors are amazing for that reason, what you just said. You're eating something and you want to see how your body responds to that, because your spike could be different than my spike if I ate pineapple, right? Mine could be higher, could be lower. It's just interesting to see how everybody's body reacts differently. I know that there's some people that react to bananas and some people don't, so I think that it's important, a tidbit of information for anybody to have at least for 2 weeks, just to do it, see how your body responds, because I think that is a lot of the problems that we have, the underlying issues that we have nowadays with our health, is that a lot of us have some kind of a predisposition to some kind of a, metabolic
syndrome going on. And I don't want to call it insulin resistance because I don't think that's it, but I know it's some kind of metabolic issue that is underlying most of our issues, our problems, our symptoms, and we need to get to the root cause of that. And I think this is a great way to figure that out too. I think this is a good telltale sign in how our body reacts to certain things. So I think it's important for someone to get that. If they want answers, that's what they've got to, I think, start doing. Get some of those CGMs. Mm-hmm.
I agree. And that's a really good point you bring up is, whether we're calling it metabolic syndrome or insulin resistance, it's complicated and some of these terms are more confusing than others, but it works on a scale, right? It's not like a switch. It's not like I have it or I don't have it.
Exactly.
It's a slow buildup over time. And sometimes we see it first just in like the liver, and sometimes we first just see it in the muscles. And eventually, if it builds up over time, it's whole widespread, full-blown metabolic syndrome, but it does happen on a scale. And so I do think you brought up a really good point with the glucometers. If you have, more advanced metabolic syndrome, more widespread, and you check your glucose an hour or 2 hours after a meal and it's still above 140, that's a really good, strong signal that there's some work to be done and we can work on improving insulin sensitivity. And if it's lower at that point, it's probably a good signal that you might be more on the insulin sensitive side of the scale.
Right.
And where the CGM is really helpful is the granularity for where you might lie on that scale. So it's much more sensitive marker for picking up all these different nuances, because there's different shapes that our after eating glucose could look like. It could be high and short spike. It could be a long and small spike. It could go up and down and up and down. And all these different shapes of your glucose response tell us something about what's happening inside your body and where you might lie on that scale. So that's where it's helpful of like, okay, maybe I have just a little bit of a yellow flag, like some initial signs of a problem, but it's not a huge deal. It's not full blown. It wouldn't have been caught on any other type of metric. And I just need to make these few tweaks and we'll be fine. Or you can see, maybe there's much more work that needs to be done. And so I think it's helpful identifying of where you are on that spectrum, because you just get more data and more information.
Yeah, absolutely. I would love to see, someone's reaction that, that eats the standard American diet that has one of these. I mean, I'm sure you've seen it with some of your patients. I haven't had the ability to do that yet or see that. But that must just be really profound for them when they see how their body reacts to everything that they're eating throughout the day. Yeah,
it is. And I would say that was my biggest moment of dissonance from traditional dietetics teaching. And then when you start to see real data from real people is, somebody who's on lifestyle controlled diabetes, they're not on any medications. A1C is maybe 7%, which is considered well controlled for a diabetic. And traditional teaching is like count your carbs, consistent carbs throughout the day, whole grains, et cetera, et cetera. And when you see that, you see someone eat that and you watch their CGM data, it becomes very, very apparent very fast that that's not going to cut it. It's not good enough. We have to take further steps, and just counting your carbs and making small carb portions throughout the days, it's not helpful. And the data looks nothing like somebody who's very optimal glucose values. So that was my first moment of like, everything we're taught is not matching up with the data we're seeing. Which is like, I'm glad we have data available to come to that realization, but it's frustrating because you lose trust in a lot of the things you were taught and you have to kind of start from scratch. But
yeah. And that's why I think that this is important for a lot of our clients and patients, is to see that it's not cookie cutter like we've been taught.
Exactly.
It's, so I think that's why I love that this tool is so available, and you don't, through you guys, and you don't have to have a prescription to do that. So I talk about it to a lot of my clients, especially ones that don't want to give up carbs. And I know the underlying reasons why. And, but I would love for them to see what it's doing to their body, for them to, kind of just eliminate it for a little while. It's not forever. It's just until their body heals. And then we can look at some other things that they're probably doing that they need to heal too. And so I think this is such a great tool for people to have. And the fact that you guys make it available for people not to have a prescription is amazing. So one of the things I want to talk about too is the importance of this information for preventative medicine, right? Because we want to make sure, I know how the regular system is, like you have the symptom, you have the issue, then we take care of it. It's so important to do the work before you get to that point. We want to catch it because it's less work to do versus if you already are diagnosed with it and it's harder work, right? I don't want to say it's always easy work, but it's easier. Nutrition is our biggest tool.
It's a lot easier, yeah.
It's a lot easier. And nutrition is our biggest tool, and it's the hardest thing to change, right? Let's get real with that. So let's talk a little bit about that importance of preventative medicine and what the effects of poor glucose will do if we don't take care of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I don't want to discourage people who maybe do have diabetes thinking like it's too late for them, because there's certainly like we can 100% improve the situation, 100%. But it is so much easier if we catch it really early. So if that, very initial kind of yellow flag moment, we can just tweak a few things where it's like, oh, maybe you just don't respond that well to oatmeal and you eat it every single day for breakfast. Let's swap that and everything looks amazing. It's one swap and we're good. And we could prevent that from accumulated, problems over and over. It's really easy if we catch it early on, but it's not impossible if we catch it later.
Thank you. Yeah, I do want to, yes, I'm glad you brought that up because yes, I've even worked with type 1 diabetics and we've gotten them to the point where they haven't had as much insulin than they've ever had in their life. They're on the least amount that they've ever had. So, there is hope, like you said, yes. So thank you for clarifying that. I don't want everyone to think there's no hope, but there is.
Yeah. Lifestyle is the number one thing for no matter how far along you are on the scale of insulin resistance. Lifestyle is still going to be extremely impactful. But preventative health and catching it early is the key. And that's really where I'm passionate about, because we can see how easy it is to improve somebody's outcomes and metrics if we see it really, really early. And just thinking about why glucose is important and the different, consequences of if glucose is out of control. Let's say you're a very insulin sensitive person, like you're not on that scale of further along metabolic syndrome. But let's say you're that person I was just talking about who's maybe eating instant oats for breakfast every morning and having a massive glucose spike. So that spike is doing a few different things inside the body. One is that just the nature of putting a bunch of glucose into the the bloodstream at one time is damaging to the blood vessels. So this is a concept called glucotoxicity, where literally too much glucose in the system at any one point in time damages the endothelial cells of your blood vessels. So it causes some oxidative stress, and that causes an inflammatory response to come in and clean up the damage. And if we're doing that every day, like, you're having something for breakfast day in, day out, that damage starts to build up. And that's where we see things like atherosclerosis and cardiovascular disease risk, because we're doing repeated damage to the blood vessels, causing an inflammatory response. And when we start to have abuse that outweighs the cleanup process, then we get in this feedback loop of, abuse accumulating on abuse. And then that's when we see things like chronic inflammation and cardiovascular disease and insulin resistance and diabetes. So at the zoomed in level, we're damaging the blood vessel and causing inflammation. And if we zoom in even more and we look at the individual cells, think of our mitochondria. They are the batteries of the cells, so to speak, and they are the site for all of this metabolic reaction. So when we put a lot of glucose into the system, that puts stress on the cell and it overwhelms the mitochondria. So essentially they're like I have to, I have to go through all this glucose, create energy from it. And they're like working in overdrive. Like I always explain it as, your body is an engine, it's a car. And if we're overloading with a bunch of glucose, it's like putting the gas pedal all the way down to the floor. The car's still going to run and do its job, but it's going to create smoke and, damage. And this is things like DNA breakage and inflammation and all these other oxidative damage that occurs when we're working really hard to fix something. And again, if we're doing that all the time, we start to get in a feedback loop. So that's not to say if we have a spike once, or if, we have cake on our birthday or something that like everything's going to break and you're going to end up with diabetes. Like we have systems in place to deal with this. The problem becomes when we have repeated damage and we're doing this, on a fairly frequent basis, and it starts to accumulate. And that's when we get into a spiral of increased insulin levels circulating, the cells kind of rejecting that signal from insulin, which can become insulin resistance, and then metabolic disorders, like, all the different lifestyle related conditions we've been talking about. Mm-hmm. By the time of a diabetes diagnosis, 60% of the beta cells, which are producing insulin, have been damaged. So by the time we get to that point, a lot of damage has already occurred, which is why we want to catch that earlier and see those early signals so we can fix the problem, stop that feedback loop before it starts snowballing out of control.
Absolutely. And I love that you said that, like have that birthday cake on your birthday, but that's the problem, right? Not when we say occasionally, people think once a week is occasionally. That's regularly. Occasionally is probably like 2 to 3 times a year, 4 times a year, like save it for the really important things. But that occasionally is too frequent right now. And like you said, if we keep doing that over and over again, then we're doing that damage, and then you get chronic inflammation. And I think a lot of us, I believe that all of these diseases that are out there that are pretty prevalent, the heart disease, the high blood pressure, all of these, diabetes, 1 and 2, well, 2, I should say, all of these are definitely from chronic inflammation. These are things that the overeating of the things that we say, oh, it's just one bite, or it's just a piece of cake. It's kind of like that dam analogy. It just keeps building up and building up. And then that one corn chip bite breaks the dam, So every little bit counts. And so I think that's important, like what you were saying, that constant spiking is what we want to prevent. Yeah,
I agree. And I think a dietitian's favorite phrase is everything in moderation. And that's like my least favorite phrase because it can be totally misconstrued and manipulated. And everything in moderation doesn't mean every night I end the night with, 2 pieces of chocolate or, a glass of wine. So I don't believe everything in moderation, but I believe you can enjoy your life and have, these moments where food is a celebration or, enjoyment, social interaction, but that doesn't mean, I'm good all week. And then on the weekends I do whatever and it balances out. It doesn't really work that way. I think, we get into a fallacy, like a cognitive bias where we see everyone around us eating really poorly. And so if we eat well most of the time, or it looks better than the masses, we feel like we're doing a really good job, but our bodies were still not built for, weekends full of alcohol and processed food. Like our bodies just weren't built for that. And what I always say is our bodies don't know that that person next to you is eating worse. It's not like, oh, we look better than them, so we're going to make you healthy.
Right.
And I think we think that, our psychology thinks that, but our body is, not thinking that at all.
Right.
And that's, again, one of the beauty of continuous glucose monitors. The data doesn't lie. You can actually see what is the real impact of, these things I enjoy doing and how do I mitigate that? There are some people where it's like, I'm never going to remove my chocolate. I love it. And it's like, okay, well, let's figure out how we can hack that then. And maybe it's you have it after a workout, or you have it earlier in the day when you're actually more insulin sensitive. So we can also, if there's things you're not going to remove, that's fine. I'm not going to be the food police, but we can find a way to mitigate the damage as much as possible so that, you can find a good balance. And there are, hacks we can do. Not to say that some of these things are healthy or optimal, but we can try to make it a little bit better if it's something you want to have in your diet anyway.
I think that's great. So one of the things I wanted to ask you too is, is this a good way to diagnose diabetes with using the glucose monitor, or is it just a way for you to start shifting things and have a different perspective on, like you said, like maybe we can cut some of these things out that they're eating regularly? So what would
it's not an official diagnosis tool. Like Academy of Diabetic Association and World Health Organization that make these regulations of a diabetes diagnosis is based on fasting glucose, A1C. They do not take into account CGM data. So it's not part of the official guidelines or recommendations. So we do recommend not diagnosing off of this. But if you do have a CGM data on top of, other information, and you have a good physician, maybe a functional medicine doctor or somebody who will look at this, a lot of people will take that into account and add it, into the picture of these other lab metrics. But we don't recommend, officially diagnosing, since there's no standardized guidelines around that.
Got it. And do you recommend to your clients too that that have like these spikes and all that, do you recommend blood work for them to get too, or you just recommend them to go see a physician? Is that what you?
Yes, we do recommend different lab values to take into account that give us a more holistic picture of what is going on. And actually, I guess something new and exciting, something in our pipeline is to be able to order this from our app. So it can be a holistic view of your metabolic health. So, there's your typical, you can order a standard lab panels, but other lab metrics from home, these at-home ordering systems, and we want to incorporate that into our app. And also, if you have labs from elsewhere, you're not ordering it from our app, but you could upload it into our app and have all that data in one place, so you can track it and see how things are changing over time. Because right now it's also not very easy to track this information super well. So we're trying to make this a place where you can do that. When it comes to other labs, one of the most frequent we're trying to get people to do is a fasting insulin, because it helps provide kind of a more well-rounded picture of what's going on. It's not that routine at this point in time, unfortunately. I think that will start to shift. It seems to be becoming more of a topic of conversation, at least amongst people in this space. So I think it will start becoming more routine, but that's something we're recommending a lot.
I think that's great. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think that's great, because you can still have regular glucose numbers, but your insulin is working really hard to pull those glucose, the glucose out of your bloodstream. So that's an indication, your high insulin levels, that something is not going, something's not going right. So that's why I think that that's great that you guys are incorporating that. If I remember correctly, when I signed up to do this, I think you guys did ask if I had any prior blood work done, and it gave me the ability to pull it in. I didn't have anything to compare it with, but I think that's awesome that you guys are now going to have the ability to do that within the app. I think another thing you guys did that was cool when I was in the midst of doing it, you guys added the nutrition aspect of it, as far as we could upload our pictures or not so much our pictures. I think it was our menu, or exactly what we're having. And you guys had all of the caloric and the fat and all the information in there on that particular food item.
So now we have all the, just like any other food tracker, like you can track your nutrition information. So your macros, your micros, and you can use that to compare it against your glucose data. So that is something we added recently, which is really helpful, obviously for the customer, but also the dietitian, to provide better information. And then another thing I think we added recently that you might not have seen yet is we partnered with Keto Mojo. So if you have a Bluetooth Keto Mojo device, that will automatically sync with our app. So if you're measuring your ketones or your glucose from there, it's going to show up on the graph with your information. So that's really exciting too, because our goal is really to have more metrics around metabolic health, and not just glucose is the ultimate goal.
And that's great, because it's a bigger picture, right? This is just a piece of the bigger picture, which I think is great. And that's a good segue actually into one of the other questions I wanted to ask you. Like, so what are glucose influencers? Because we have a lot of them, right? A lot of people think it's just food, but we have other ones as well.
Yeah. And there's a long list of things that can influence our glucose, but there's Yeah, 4 primary buckets of
Yeah.
what influences our glucose the most. And, that is nutrition, your diet, and that is exercise, movement, moving your body. And that's fasting, meal timing, I kind of put in its own category. And then stress, which is a huge bucket that includes physical stressors, maybe toxins, psychological stress, but also poor sleep, anything that acts as a stressor on the body. So those are the 4 big buckets of what's going to have an impact on our glucose, which is, again, another reason this is so helpful to monitor, is that a lot of people, they know what they need to do. Well, nutrition is complicated and personalized, but it's something where everyone's like, I have to eat, so I'll figure out what I need to eat and work through that. But stress and sleep and things like this are harder to quantify for a lot of people. So if we can provide data where it's like, it's very clear that stress is, maybe your Achilles heel here, and that's like the one thing we need to work on the most. That becomes apparent when we look at the data of like, what is the area we should focus on first? And sometimes it's hard to come to that realization that stress is the biggest issue or sleep is the biggest issue. So having data that kind of backs that up is extremely helpful for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Kind of like the frog in boiling water. If you're always in a stress state, it feels normal and you don't realize it. So sometimes it takes the data to say, maybe this is abnormal. And then, you try some things and you realize, oh my gosh, it could feel all, completely different.
Yeah.
And it's like that with diet too, sometimes, where you don't realize how good you can feel if you fix some things because you're so used to your normal.
Yeah, and a lot of things that we perceive, or I say we, like Americans perceive as healthy are not really healthy. And that still kind of blows my mind that we still have some people out there. I know I've heard a lot that say, hey, I bought it at Whole Foods. And I think because it's at Whole Foods, it's healthy,
Yeah.
But one of the big things I see, and I don't know if you see this a lot with the CGMs and stuff, is I notice that a lot of my clients, it's sleep. That is usually the underlying stressor for a lot of my clients is sleep. And to get them to understand that they need to and I think a lot of it's blue lights too, but getting them to understand that they just have to unplug and they have to calm down before they go to bed is just so hard to get them to understand that. Because I believe it was the first 2 nights I had mine, I had a hard time sleeping because every time I rolled over, it just kind of, I was like, oh, it's there. I was just very mindful that it was there. And I remember the first night, I didn't take it into consideration because I knew it was calibrating. But the second night, it spiked. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. And I know it's because I didn't get enough sleep and I didn't get my normal hours of sleep. And I'm sure you see that a lot in what, yeah.
Yeah. Sleep is something we see a lot. And especially, I think now that everyone's working from home, it's a double-edged sword of maybe people don't have as early of a wake up as they did before, and they're getting to maybe sleep in a little bit more because you don't have to like get ready and commute. But also we can work, and this was before people were remote, but you can work all the time. And so a lot of people are in front of their computers working until late at night. And this is going to impact quality of sleep. It just seems like we've seen more of an issue with sleep since everyone's been remote. So that's just my hypothesis. But in general, the relationship between sleep and glucose is bidirectional. So it works both ways. If you have a poor night of sleep, that can put you into a state of insulin resistance similar to that of a diabetic the next day. So this is same as if maybe you were in bed for 8 hours, but it was really interrupted sleep and you were never getting into deep sleep, waking up a lot. And then also maybe you had really deep sleep, but it was only, 4 or 5 hours of sleep. Both of those scenarios can put you into a state the next day of very poor insulin sensitivity. So essentially, the body is both producing extra glucose because it's in a stress state, which stimulates things like cortisol and adrenaline, which makes your liver pump out more glucose, more sugar. And then it also reduces our body's insulin sensitivity. So we're not able to utilize that glucose as well because the body thinks it needs extra energy because it's stressed.
Right.
And so this puts us in a state of insulin resistance. It can be reversed very easily if we get a good night of sleep the next day. So that's the good news. But if we're having poor sleep day in, day out, it's going to be, you know, this effect until you start getting good sleep. So foods that maybe you normally respond well to, you're going to have an exaggerated glucose response to, and just higher baseline values. So it's really, really important. And I guess the other direction is if you're going to bed with high glucose values, that can impair your ability to get into that deep sleep because you're at this heightened neurological state. And so we also want to make sure that glucose values are good in the evening. And one of the most common things we see is that people tend to have higher glucose responses to food in the evening versus that same meal earlier in the day. So we have poor insulin sensitivity at night because it's not when our body's supposed to be eating and processing food. So,
and I think I saw that too, even though I didn't, you know, it was just steak, but I think I saw that as well. I think I woke up the next morning, it was still pretty high and I didn't sleep well that night.
So it's not just related to carbs. So somebody could have their normal just protein and fat meal, and if it's later at night, they have higher glucose values. And this is very common that we see across the board. And some people's sweet spot of like what time they need to stop eating at can vary, but in general, that response of higher glucose values in the evening is kind of across the board. So that's something too, where it's like, if we're seeing that, you know, later night meals, especially carbohydrates or sugar later night, is going to be extremely exacerbated in this effect. We can start there and just make sure we get good glucose values going into sleep. And then that can help your sleep quality and then hopefully help you the next day. And, you know, it's an accumulative effect. But sometimes it's just, you know, you're not sleeping well for other reasons. And sleep is complicated. You know, there's many different reasons that sleep might be off. And sometimes it's just rumination. It could be tied with, you know, anxiety and stress and poor sleep. So maybe that's working on meditation or breathing exercises. The blue lights and artificial screens, artificial lights is a big one, and lack of sunlight during the day. So making sure we're getting that sunlight during the day, that early vitamin D and that early sunlight exposure. And then having good sleep hygiene and a regular routine. So a lot of times what I'm saying is you do this whole bedtime routine for your children and, you know, you make sure they're comfortable and calm and relaxed. And we need to have a bedtime routine for ourselves too. Absolutely. You know, we need to do that just like we would for our children. And, you know, that has to include a wind down period, and we have to have a routine, and, you know, you're putting away screens at a certain hour and you're relaxing, you know, doing whatever calms you down. But I think having that routine and, you know, consistency with a bedtime is really, really helpful for a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you can eat as healthy as you want, and you're not taking care of this, it's not going to really do too much for you. You have to take care of the stressors as well. Absolutely. Yep. Hands down. One question I was going to ask, because you did bring up food and timing of eating in one category. So what are your thoughts around the fasting, and what do you see with these glucose monitors with fasting? Do you see sometimes that some people have high spikes, or is that just something that you don't see? How often?
Like spikes while they're fasting?
Yeah.
Usually when you're fasting, we should see glucose start to lower and kind of flatline a little bit. There's always some fluctuation. People are always like, my glucose moved 10 points while I was fasting or while I was sleeping. It's like, that's completely normal. Like our bodies are always kind of in this, you know, fluctuation of balancing things. So some ups and downs, completely normal. But we wouldn't expect to see a big spike when we're fasting unless it's from exercise. So you can have a spike when you're doing more higher intensity exercise, heavy strength training, because you need glucose for fuel during that workout, and your body has tons of mechanisms in place to make sure you have energy. You know, even if you're not eating carbs, even if you're not eating food, you can be 4 days into a fast, you're still going to have a glucose spike during this exercise, and that's perfectly fine. You're just fueling the workout. But if we're fasted, we're not having a big spike, we shouldn't see a big increase in glucose. And if it is, then we want to look into that more. It could be acute stress, and then that's really highlighting that. Or it could be insulin resistance, and we're dumping a bunch of extra sugar into the system because you're breaking down your own stores. Maybe you had a lot of glycogen sugar stores in the liver, but in general, it should kind of flatline and even out. One interesting thing that we did start to observe around fasting, especially extended fasting, so beyond 24 hours, or the OMAD style, so like 1 meal a day, is specifically around women. We started to see kind of a gender difference of how they would respond to these longer fasts. So
Nice.
with, an extended fast, we should see glucose in that, 70 to 90, maybe 100 range, unless you're exercising. And if it's starting to creep up, like if you're 2 days into a fast and you're seeing it into 110, 120, it's going up, that is a signal that maybe you're under too much stress.
Gotcha.
And we started to see that in women who were like lean, low body fat percentage, exercising a lot, using sauna, doing all these other stressors. And then when we go into an extended fast, it's like a little bit too much. We're tipping the balance of good stress versus bad stress.
Gotcha.
We don't really see this effect as much as in males. So that's something interesting that the data has shown as well. But
That
just
is
daily fasting, like a 16-8 intermittent fasting, almost everybody responds really well to, unless you're like, very, very underweight or breastfeeding, pregnant, then it seems to be a good practice for almost everyone, which is helpful to see from the data as well, because there's controversy around that also.
Exactly. I know there was a concern that because I did, it was almost a 100-mile bike ride one day, and I had the glucose monitor in, and it was a huge spike that I saw, but it came right back down. And I remember reaching out to you, and I was fasted when I had done it. And you're like, oh, it came back down. We have nothing to worry about. And I don't even think it got up to 180, or maybe it did. It was like 170 maybe, but it was like really fast, and then it came down. And then a couple of days later, it went back up, and I was just sitting. I was like, what's going on? And I was sitting outside. So the heat from being outside, because it was like 90 degrees, but also when I was riding my bike that day, it was also 90 degrees. So I had a double aha that day when I said to you, I was just sitting outside fasting. What happened? And so it was sensitive to the heat that I was sitting, this, full on sun is what I was exposing it to.
Yeah.
So.
And the devices can be temperature sensitive, just like if you have your phone out, they have a battery, they're a device. If you have it out in the hot sun and it's in direct sunlight, it can get hot and have a little spike. So that is something to take into consideration, especially in the middle of summer. There was people for sure who were like, why am I having a glucose spike? And it's like, most likely they were outside. Yeah. And usually like if you cover it or, don't have it in that direct sunlight, it's perfectly fine. But that is something to take into consideration.
Oh, definitely. Because after that, I didn't have any other spikes after that, but that was kind of an eye opener for me. But I also loved in the app that you guys have, like you have a video on how to put it on, which I thought was really great because I'm such a visual person. So everything that you guys have and how you put it into place was absolutely perfect. It was seamless. I'm scared of needles, and I saw the end of that, and I was like, oh, I was panicked to put it on. But I finally did, and it didn't even hurt. After I had done that, I was like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I panicked about that. And I guess the same thing happened to Al Ross, because she got hers, and she said her coach talked to her for like 20 minutes to put it on because she had the same reaction I did. And that she reached out to me. She's like, that was nothing. I was like, I know, I told you it was totally nothing. But I just want people to know that it's very simple. It's painless. And when they say it's painless, it is painless. I'm the biggest wimp when it comes to that kind of stuff. So for me to say that, it's absolutely painless. And then to take it off was easy too. So we had help the whole way through, and you guys held our hands. You were there to answer any questions. And I'm assuming other people, I think one time someone else answered for you. So it was kind of like, it seemed like a great team of dietitians there to help out if, let's say you were off helping somebody else. But it was a really quick response from all of you, which I thought was really great. So I really appreciated that experience. It was pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah. And with putting the sensor on, nobody ever believes me when I say it's painless. They're like, oh, you have to say that. So I appreciate you saying it without me prompting it, because it really is painless. It can be intimidating. Like it comes in a for people, you know, who've never used one, you put it on at home. Like people are always like, do I need my doctor to put this on? You do it at home by yourself. It's really easy. And it comes in a little applicator, and I kind of describe it as an easy button because you just push the button and then it's in your arm. And there is a needle for insertion, but then the needle does not stay in your body. It's just there to place the device. And it really is painless. Like you cannot feel it at all. If anyone has a glucometer and checks their glucose on their fingers, that actually draws blood, and that actually can hurt a little bit. And it's nothing like that. It's way easier than that. So if you've done that, you'll be fine.
I'm glad you said that, because it always hurt my fingers when I was doing my glucose through my fingers.
It does hurt sometimes. Yeah.
It does. Yeah. When you hit it in the right spot, or you've done it too many times in one spot. And so I was expecting that kind of level of pain, like that minimal amount of pain, but nothing. I was like, oh, that was it. And I even had to check to make sure it went in.
In the back of our arm, where it goes in, you know, kind of in the fattiest part of your arm, it's not as sensitive as your fingers either. So while there is that needle to insert it, you really don't feel it, because it barely goes below the surface of the skin. It's not even going to the level of the blood. So it's super shallow, and it doesn't hurt at all.
That's cool. The other thing that you guys have in there, just as far as the education goes, you guys were talking about the N=1, like doing your own experiments in there. So I think that's really cool that you have the ability to do that too, for people, like you're saying, maybe some athletes that are out there, or, you know, some to get a better understanding of what it is that you're doing. I think that's great that you guys had that ability to do that too. So do you wear one regularly? You do?
I do. Yeah. And I feel like I'm always learning something new.
Oh, that's awesome.
So right now, and we kind of chatted about this offline, but I'm doing more of a, like, what I call intermittent ketogenic diet. I don't really call it cyclical, because it's not like I have like a weekly carb up. It's more like gradual in and out. And so I've used it a lot to kind of fine tune that and figure out, you know, the right balance at the right time, amount of carbohydrates. And now that we're syncing the ketone data, and, you know, I'm having fun playing around with that. So I've worn a lot of them at this point, and I'm just always learning something new about myself. So,
well, I definitely want to get another one too, because I'm looking to put carbs back in. But I also want to do it. I want to do it around my cycle, because I know there's a lot of things for women that are like premenopausal, and I'm getting there because I'm 45, but it'd be awesome to understand that, because I do notice that at certain phases I have a little bit lower energy, and that would be nice to be able, they say that's when you should have some carbs. So it'd be nice to be able to check out how my body responds to, you know, like, let's say, you know, a squash or something along those lines. And see. Yeah. So I think that would be really beneficial for people that are looking for those kind of experiments, you know, especially, you know, I haven't had carbs in a while. So, you know, it obviously has to be gradual, and it would be nice to have the continuous glucose to do that, to help me along the way. Cause I can feel it. I feel it when I've had too much, or my stomach gets upset or something like that. In the past, I've always had like headaches and bloody noses and hives, those kinds of things. Those are far few between now. So it'd be nice to have that visual too, what's going on internally, because you can't feel that stuff that often anyway.
Definitely.
So I think that's awesome.
And I say it always speeds up the learning process. Like, you know, trial and error with diets, like diets are personalized, like everybody, there's no cookie cutter diet, but that trial and error and fine tuning, and, you know, how much and what type and where should I do it, that whole learning process can be sped up and figured out much faster if you have real-time data to kind of back up what you're doing. So rather than it takes 4 months of experimenting with different carbs at different times, you can maybe do that in 14 days, you know, maybe a month, 2 sensors. And with the cycle, this is something really interesting that I always recommend. Like, if women are curious about this, you can buy just one CGM from us, which lasts 14 days, or you could do like monthly programs. And we have just a 1 month option. So if you're curious about this, doing it for the whole month can be really interesting. So many women do experience higher glucose values during the luteal phase. So that's like the second half of your cycle leading up to the period. But all women experience this a little bit differently. And so it can be that it's pretty dramatic for 2 full weeks. or maybe it's just a little bit of an increase 2 days before, or sometimes it's, the of your day of your period, it's higher. So it differs for women, but it's very common to see glucose levels be higher at some point at the end of the cycle. So if you really want to, get into the nitty gritty and you're somebody who's looking to optimize and fine tune things, it can be really helpful to kind of see those granular level of factors that influence our glucose.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I think that's great because I think we need to understand that there's a lot about women's health that we don't understand enough about. And I think that that would be one of the next steps. I'm all about living the experience so I can help serve my clients better. And I think that's one of them is I just don't think there's enough information around keto or around carnivore for women around their cycles and the exercising hard and the fasting. I think there's a certain phases that you can do that, but I also think there's certain phases that you shouldn't do that. And it would be great to do that experiment with maybe, do 1 month of, just doing it how I do it with the fasting and the working out and see what happens versus doing it without the fasting on those certain, phases and add some carbohydrates in there by vegetables and see what happens. It'd just be a really cool experiment to see. If you guys happen to do it or you come across someone that does it, let me know because I'd love to hear their experience and what they get out of it. So
definitely. Yeah. No, I think that would be a good experience for like all the dietitians to try.
Yeah,
so that we can
I agree. I agree.
So
So
I'll
let
let you
me
know.
Yeah, please do. So before we go, you mentioned it a little bit. So you said there's some plans that people can do. So you can just do a one-time buy with 14 days. So if you want to talk a little bit about those plans that you have.
Yeah. So in general, you just sign up on our website, which is nutrisense.io. And we have 2 different options. So one is just one sensor, they last 14 days. You get the dietitian support the whole time and there's no commitment, no recurring fees or anything. So that's great if you just want to try it and see if you like it, or if you are pretty set in your routine and you just kind of want to verify that it's working. It's just a snapshot in time. But if you want to do experiments, around trying different carbohydrates or your menstrual cycle, or, maybe you're pre-diabetic and you have some improvements to make, a monthly plan is really helpful because it takes a little bit more time to figure all these things out and come up with a solution. So we have options for, different durations. You could do just month to month with no commitment. You can cancel at any time, or you can commit for, 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. And the more you commit, obviously, the cheaper it gets. But we have different options depending on where you're at and what your primary goal is.
And I think it's pretty reasonably priced, actually. And does insurance cover these without a doctor's note, or do you have to have a doctor's note for that?
Yeah, insurance does not cover this, unfortunately, at this time, but we do have coverage for like HSA, FSA accounts. So if you have that, you can use this. You can use those, that fund towards this program, which a lot of people do.
Awesome. That's good to know. And I think is there anything else that you would like to add that we didn't get to talk about that you think it's important for the listeners to hear?
Yeah, I think we went over a lot of the big things, which is awesome. But in general, our motto, what we live by, is always data over dogma. At the end of the day, you're your own unique individual, and how you and I respond to different things is going to be different, me versus somebody else. And you really have to figure out your unique situation and how you respond to different things to end up being the best version of yourself. And that's why we're always like, test and experiment for yourself. Like, let's figure this out together, because the best way to do it is just to dive in and try something and experiment.
I I think that's a great question. I think we should ask them. But if I were to just think about the things that they've said and the questions that they've asked as to why I'm doing what I'm doing and why I do what I do, I think it's always been anything that I do, they question why. But if you were to ask them, they'd say I'm crazy. They say it all the time. But one thing, they might not understand why, and they think I'm crazy, but they are huge supporters of mine, and they're definitely big fans. They're my biggest fans. I so appreciate all their support. I'm very thankful for that. But if you were to ask them, they definitely would say that I'm crazy. accident, yeah, I've had one. And not on my road bike, and I don't plan on having one. I got into an accident with my fat bike when I first got it. I want to say it was probably the second or third time I got on the bike, and I was on a trail that I shouldn't have been on. It was really technical, and I don't know to this day how it happened, but I did wake up at the bottom of a tree on the ground, and I had to pick up my bike and bring it out. And this trail was even hard to hike on. The handlebars were shifted so much I couldn't push the bike out. And I don't even know how I picked up the bike I don't even know how I got back to my truck. But I was able to find my way out of the woods, and I got there, and I ended up having a concussion. I had some nerve damage, which I still have a little bit of issues from. This was probably about 4 years ago, because I started mountain biking about 4 years ago. So yeah, it was quite the experience. The good thing is I got right back on the bike after I healed and continued riding. I guess that is the biggest thing that people say when you crash or you have a bad mishap on the bike, just get back up and keep going. So I was able to do that, and here I am. I'm still on it.
One of the reasons why I decided to join Peak Triathlon Coaching was because I started considering going back to training for a purpose, not just exercising in my basement or working out for fun, doing videos. And I was a competitive swimmer growing up, and there was a local triathlon race down the road that I drove by getting into my neighborhood. So I signed up. And just to see what it was like, I figured, it's an hour and a half race. I could at least muscle my way through that. And anybody could ride a bike and run for 3 miles. And I had the swimming part. So I did my first race, and it was so much fun. And I met a lot of just friendly people. It was competitive, but very local community feeling. And a lot of folks were from Peak wearing the orange and blue. So naturally, I asked them what that was all about, and made a few friends and a few connections, and learned that a lot of them were local and would exercise at the YMCA like I did. And so I started getting a little bit more serious about my training, and I wanted to have a little bit more purpose because it was fun. And after the first race, I got the bug and I wanted to do another one. And then I wanted to do a longer race. So, I did a couple of races on my own, and using some online platforms and things. And but I did meet Colin through the group, and was invited to do some swim workouts and some cycling workouts. And after meeting him and seeing the structure of the workouts that he could provide, and just learning a little bit about him, and that I didn't have to be an elite athlete like he is to be part of the team, I just decided to work with him. And it's been great. It's been so much fun. I've met so many people with lots of different backgrounds, but a lot of people are working parents like me. A lot of people had competitive, a history of competitive sports when they were in college. And, I was really inspired because honestly, I felt like if they can do it, I can do it. And I also wanted to be an inspiration to my kids, especially my little girls. So, I am so happy that I signed up to work out with Colin, because not just with him, I've met lots of great people. This year, it's all been on Zoom, and we've done a lot of virtual workouts together, especially cycling workouts, and it's been amazing. And I've met virtually a lot of men and women who have similar schedules and a lot of different goals, but a lot of folks are doing races even a lot bigger than mine, Ironman and half Ironman races, and some folks are doing anything in between. And I would say I've actually really enjoyed meeting a lot of other women as well. Some of them I've gotten to meet now in person doing some track workouts now that COVID is kind of start slowly disappearing, and we're able to get in person and meet folks. And it's just been so great, because to have this other network of, like-minded women and men that have careers, have lives, have families. We all have different backgrounds. But no matter how fast or how serious we are about the sport, how much time we can commit to training, there's a really great sense of support and community with the Peak team. And I don't know, I really look forward to all of my workouts. Yes, Colin is an awesome coach, and I love the workouts he gives me, because I know, I can talk to him at any time if I have any questions, if I don't understand something, and he helps set my goals. I have a race that I've set up that I wanted to do as my A race. So he structures my workouts for that. And he's even helped me with, my running technique, which is what I really need help with. I'm very grateful for that. And because I'm not a very good runner, but I've gotten better. And, I haven't gotten injured, knock on wood. So I think that's a really important piece too, because I'm in my 40s and I definitely don't want to injure myself, because I don't know if I could get right back up again like I did when I was in college. So overall, it's been a great experience. And even when my races are done, I really hope that, the group of local folks that I've met, especially some of the ladies around the neighborhood, and, we swim and run together, and I don't know, cooking together. It's just been really fun. We've even met each other's children. It's been great.
Well, gentlemen, perhaps we wouldn't be where we are today if we hadn't said to ourselves, just go, 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 go for it. Go for it. Gentlemen, go for it. Gentlemen, go for it. Perhaps we wouldn't be where we are today if we hadn't said to ourselves, go for it.